Apologies, Chair. I think I did get my days wrong. It's the 20th. I really apologize. It's Monday the 20th.
2-0.
Thank you. Apologies.
Mr. Piri, as you heard, my direction is now. The earlier one is
Apologies, Chair. I think I did get my days wrong. It's the 20th.
2-0.
It's Monday the 20th.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Mr. Piri, what is the position regarding Mr. Piri's statement?
The statement here submitted a draft, but he has not signed it. I understand that he was supposed to get assistance for him to sign it, and then deal with it.
So it's finalized and ready, part 4.
Yes, the first part of the statement is signed, I believe.
Oh,
But he was.
Mr. Piri, do you want to say something on your statement?
Or on my statement?
At what stage is it? Is the process of preparing or finalizing it?
I think it will take me about 2 to 3 days to finalize it.
So it's not finalized?
It's not finalized.
Okay. Is it Mr. Musigiri who's handling the?
Yes, it's Mr. Musigiri that is handling.
Okay.
I understood.
Which perhaps explains the lack of detail on your part. All right, no problem. Anyway, we had been told that Mr. Musigiri would be attending to these housekeeping matters.
Yes, I think he's held up with another witness.
Yes,
and that request, I'll deal with it now.
Yes. Mr. Piri, I direct that at the latest, the Commission should have a signed and ready statement 5 days before the 20th.
5 days
of
before.
April, the
Yes.
20th of April 2026. Do you understand?
I do understand the Commissioner.
Yes. Mr. Musigiri, we have excused Mr. Piri and directed him to be in attendance on the 20th of April 2026. And we've also directed that he must submit his finalized statement at the latest 5 days before the 20th of April 2026. Are there any other housekeeping matters you want to place before us?
Yes, good morning, Chair and the Commissioners. Yes, Chair, there's still a bit of housekeeping issues that we need to deal with. However, we're not ready to deal with them immediately because we are busy in consultation with other witnesses as well, trying to sort out the most practical dates for when those witnesses can come. We are busy with Mr. Gathered Muni's lawyers. That arrangement will affect Mr. Lebogang Piri's appearance on the 20th. So perhaps, Chair, the best solution is to let us.
Perhaps let's leave it. Let's leave it at the 20th. If there are other arrangements that can be done along the way.
Indeed, Chair. Then the only thing I will do, Chair, because Mr. Munisi is here with his lawyers, at an opportune time, will come and.
Oh, you're saying he is present?
He is present with his attorneys upstairs. At an opportune time, we'll ask for a few minutes to come and address you as to when he will come and a subsequent arrangement with that.
Is it not possible for agreement to be reached on that?
It will be. Unfortunately, we have to check with other evidence leaders, other diaries as well, on those dates, who are supposed to lead him.
Yeah, I'm asking this so that perhaps after the tea break, when you come to us saying this is the agreed date.
That's the suggestion.
All
the suggestion was that let the proceedings continue with, I think the intended witness is Mr. Malachi, and then after tea break, we can then update the Chair on the arrangements with Mr. Munisi's attorneys, Chair.
All right. No, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Musigiri?
That's all, Chair. Thank you.
That's all. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Piri, you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Yes, Mrs. Kakan.
Thank you, Chairperson, and Commissioners, the witness that we are calling for today is Director Malachi, Mr. Malachi.
If he's close by, we will not adjourn. May he be called?
Yes, I think he's ready to be called.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Malachi. Good morning, Mr. Malachi.
Morning, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Morning.
Yeah, will the witness, will you be swearing or affirming?
So help me God.
You'll be swearing.
Yes.
All right. Please state your full names for the record. It looks like I'm not audible.
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
I've got a bit of a hearing problem, but yes,
Is there? Where's Jeremy? Because he usually helps us with hearing. Do you use a hearing aid?
yes. Let me take out this one.
Chair, can I perhaps request that? we
Yeah.
suggest
Yeah, perhaps
that
let's
we
just,
deal
yeah.
with this
We'll
logistical
just
issue.
adjourn very briefly, and you'll please indicate to us when the sound issues have been sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Musigidi?
Thank you, Chair and the Commissioners. Chair, thank you for the indulgence. We did say that we'll come back to you in regard to the testimony of Mr. Gareth Mnisi, but before we do that, Chairperson, and what we have agreed upon, we have Ms. Van der Heever, briefed by Mr. Matopo here, and we've reached some agreement, Chair. But before I get to that, I must say that there was a bit of a misunderstanding that Mr. Gareth Mnisi was here today, but he's not meant to testify today, and we've agreed on a next day that will be practical for all concerned, and the date is the 17th of April. We will exchange the bundles, and he will receive all the necessary bundles by no later than tomorrow, close of business being the 10th of April. Because he came here under that subpoena that he has to be appearing before the Commission today, we deem it appropriate, Chair, that you will have to interpose him to the next appearance, so we couldn't do it behind closed doors. So if it's acceptable, Chair, then perhaps the Chair can then, first we have Ms. Van Heever agree to the agreement, and then the witness can be then interposed to the next date.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's correct. I appear on behalf of Mr. Mnisi on instructions of Mr. Matopo this morning. Mr. Mnisi is present. He's here under subpoena. I further agree that my learned friend and myself has reached an agreement about the next date, which is the 17th, and there's further an agreement reached that the bundles would be given to us by tomorrow, close of business. May it please.
Good morning, Ms. Van den Heever, and thank you very much. Good morning to you too, Mr. Matopo. Good morning, Mr. Mnisi.
Good morning, Chair.
You are directed to be here on 17 April 2026 at 9:30. Thank you. You are excused, and you are excused also, Mr. Mnisi. Oh, just a minute. Thank you. You are excused. You are excused, Mr. Mnisi. Thank you. Are you fine now, Mr. Malachi?
I'm fine, Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I asked you earlier whether you would be swearing or affirming.
I will be swearing.
Swearing, all right. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Skakan.
Thank you, Commissioners. I think we've done the introductions, this is Mr. Malachi. Just on the issues of housekeeping, there should be 3 files that we're going to use for today's proceedings. Please, are the physical files with you? And Mr. Malachi, do you have those files, 3 files?
Yes.
Yes, they are, Mr. Skakan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The first file 1, is the statement and annexes from Mr. Malachi.
Yes.
Containing the statement that he prepared.
Yes. Let's go to the others when you take us there.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
please
fine.
do your preliminaries with the witness.
Thank you. And then I've just requested to hand 2 documents. I apologize, but we'll refer to them very briefly. But I do need to deal with them. Can I request them to be handed over? Thanks. The first document is exhibit number CJC 104, and that's a news article. We'll deal with it at the right time. The second document is the supply chain management regulations, CJC 105. Thank you, Mr. Malachi. Would you then turn to your statement? File 1.
Sorry, Commissioner.
File 1.
File 1, yes.
Yes, your statement.
Yes.
Would you please, when you are answering questions, direct them to your answers to the commissioners?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And if I'm not audible or the commissioners are not audible sufficiently, just indicate. I'd be more than happy to repeat the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. This is the statement. Could you then go to the last page of your statement, which is page 9?
Yes, I'm on page 9, Commissioner.
Do you confirm that that is your signature and you are the deponent to the statement?
I confirm, Commissioner.
And you confirm that you took it before a commissioner of oaths?
I confirm.
Okay. If my role is evidence leader, the commissioners are there.
Okay.
Just for the record, so
Thank
that there's no problem. Thank you. The way we're going to deal with this, we are going to request that you go through the statement and refer us to the necessary annexures. But in between then, we are going to ask some questions. That is myself and the commissioners. And if there are any hanging things to be probed, we will probe it at the end. And make certain propositions for your comment on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you then start with paragraph 1 of your statement or the introduction?
Yes, maybe before I start with paragraph 1, let me indicate to the Commissioner that my statement, son statement, /T.A. Malachi, it should read T.P. Malachi.
I didn't get that part.
I said a son statement on page 1.
Yes.
It should read T.P. Malachi, not T.A. Malachi.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going through my statement, and in my statement, I'm stating under oath that I'm an adult male currently employed as a director, Tshwane Metropolis Department, Asset Protection Services. I was appointed on the 1st of June, 2023. I have attached my appointment letter.
Sorry, Mr. Malachi. I
So
think
please pull the mics closer to you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. I was saying, I was appointed on the 1st of June, 2023. I've attached my appointment letter detailing my employment functions, marked as Annexure TP1. The facts contained herein are within my personal knowledge and are, to the best of my belief, both true and correct, unless indicated otherwise by context. Paragraph 3, I confirm receipt of the notice issued in terms of Regulation 10 Sub-Regulation 6 of the Regulations of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference, and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System.
Before you move on, what's the correct year? Is it, 2013 or 2023? The year of appointment?
2013, Commissioner.
2013.
Correct,
All
Commissioner.
right, thank you.
And just to follow up from the chair, this position, you've held it since then, in terms of responsibilities. You've never changed title.
Yes, Commissioner. I held it since 2013.
And perhaps could you then take us through what would be your responsibilities as a director?
Yes.
And who reports to you and who you report to?
I report to the Deputy Chief of Police. Currently, it's Commissioner Spies, who just joined TMPD in March last year.
And before that, around 2015, 2016, who were you reporting to?
I was then reporting to Deputy Chief of Police, Commissioner Sian Bolais. Bolais. Before Commissioner Sian Bolais, I was reporting to Mr. Navaplay in the office of the city manager.
Sorry, who?
Before reporting to Mr. Bolais, Commissioner Bolais,
Yes.
I reported to Mr. Navaplay, who is in the office of the city manager. Before reporting to Mr. Navaplay, I reported to Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. Rex Mahlaule, who is retired as we speak.
Thank you. And who reports to you currently? Or perhaps just your management structure underneath you that you are responsible for?
I've got Deputy Director Madlanga, Reginald Madlanga, who reports directly to me. I've got Dr. Elvis Madihlava. Madihlava, who is reporting to Reginald Madlanga in terms of our operational structure. And I've got senior security officers, including other members, sergeants and inspectors, particularly Inspector Perry, who are reporting to Senior Superintendent Madlanga. I'm actually outlining line of command.
So does Perry report directly to you, or he reports to someone before you?
He reports to Senior Superintendent Madihlava. I'm I'm told they've been promoted not long. He's also at the level of colonel. Who's also reporting to Reginald Madlanga, who's the acting director at the moment, since I'm not in the office for the past 10 months or so.
Sorry, do you know when Piri was promoted? Good morning. Do you know when Mr. Piri was promoted?
Morning, Commissioner. I am not, I just had.
Was it this year or last year?
It was this year, according to the information I had,
This year, 2026.
2026.
It was after you were suspended?
Exactly.
Yes, okay.
Just for the record, to be clear, he was promoted to which position?
I'm told he has been given the position of a major, but this is what I've heard. I do not have a record.
Okay. Just to be clear also for my purposes, in 2025, around January, what was his position and who did he report to?
He was an inspector, Commissioner.
Please proceed.
Paragraph 4 of my statement read as follows. I've noted questions from the Commission and wish to respond thereto as follows. TMPD capacity to protect its property, assets, personnel, and decision to outsource security service tender and TMPD 2, 2016-2017. My response to this question is as follows, Commissioner. TMPD did not have capacity to protect its property, assets, and personnel. It was not only TMPD, but the city of Tshwane, as a municipality, did not have capacity to protect its properties, assets, personnel. Hence, the Asset Protection Services section was established under TMPD, Specialized Policing Division. The objective was to protect the property, assets, and personnel of the city. Paragraph 6, under the same question. When I was appointed as a director in June 2013, the city of Tshwane was already outsourcing functions of asset protection services to external service providers. During 2016, the then Chief of Police, the late Mr. Stephen Ngobeni, may his soul rest in peace, instructed former Deputy Chief of Police, Rex Mahlaule, to prepare tender TMPD 2, 2016-2017 for advertising. I was then requested by Mr. Mahlaule to assist with the tender specifications for further handling. Mr. Mahlaule was my senior at that point in time. I assisted as requested and submitted a tender specification to him for reviewing, consideration, inputs, and further handling. The tender specification documents were then forwarded to Supply Chain Management Department for further handling. The Supply Chain Management subsequently advertised their tender, TMPD 2, 2016-2017, in September 2016, together with other tenders. I have attached The tender advertisement extracted from Pretoria News, issued on the 30th of September 2020. It should be 2016, not 20. Marked as Annexure TP2. I was thereafter appointed by the city manager to serve in the bid evaluation committee together with other members from different relevant departments of the city. The tender was evaluated accordingly by the BEC members, including myself. The BEC then adopted the report, which was handed over to the chairperson for further handling. The city of Tshwane was later.
Just
Thank you.
before that, I want to ask something relating to your membership of the BEC. We heard evidence to the effect that in respect of some tender, there was communication from within the city of Tshwane to an outsider, alerting the outsider to the fact that that particular tender was non-compliant, and indicating the nature of non-compliance and suggesting that urgent correction be made to make the tender compliant. As someone who has been a member of the BEC, what shortcomings do you think exist that make it possible for such improper correction of bids to be made after submission but before evaluation? How does that happen? What shortcomings are there? I'll ask you a follow-up, which is, how do you think those may be corrected or should be corrected? But please answer the first question.
Commissioner, I'm not having knowledge, as I'm seated here, of anything that might have gone wrong with the tender TMPD2 that I was a member of.
I'm asking the question generally, which is why I do not even mention the internal person within the city, nor do I specifically mention the outsider, that is the person who is not within the city. So I'm asking the question in general terms. Where do you think the shortcomings would be for this to happen? A tender has been submitted, someone finds that it's not compliant, and that someone is acting in cahoots with the outsider and obviously also with the person who submitted the tender, and then the tender is corrected, so that by the time it reaches evaluation, it is compliant. What are the shortcomings within the procurement process that would make this possible?
It could be a number of factors which might include the fact that for as long as tenders are submitted on files like this, and to these files, officials have access to each and every file. I'm talking here specifically within the supply chain management environment, right? Such incident could take place, but now thinking of how this kind of things can be prevented going forward.
Before that, perhaps,
Okay.
you seem to lay emphasis on the fact of physical files.
Exactly.
Physical files in contradistinction to what?
I think physical files in,
Do you have perhaps, do you have in mind filing electronically? Or I just want to understand your emphasis in, as long as these are submitted in files like this,
Yes.
and you pointed to the physical file in front of you.
Exactly.
So I want to understand what, what you are suggesting as an alternative.
as an alternative, I'm thinking of suggesting that going forward, tender responses should be more electronic, right, as compared to filing system. And that would make it difficult, because out there in the public space, there are complaints to the effect that files are submitted, documents are taken out, and all of that. This is what we are hearing in the public space when people are complaining about issues of tenders and the like. But now, if alternatively files could be submitted electronically, I think that would assist a lot in terms of addressing the issue of loose files, files being taken out of, papers being taken, papers being replaced out of the tenders, yes.
And I think it's a euphemism to say you hear that documents get lost. We know from what we have heard, or at least all indications are that that is in fact so. Because take, for example, I think it was this very tender process, which led to even litigation. And part of what was alleged in the litigation was that documents had gone missing. And in the end, an award was made, or awards were made without the evaluation process having taken place, which in itself was quite odd, even if it took place in terms of a court order after the two sides, the two adversaries in the litigation had reached agreement and therefore asked for an order from the court by agreement. But to cut a long story short, at the center of the litigation was the fact that documents had gone missing. I'm saying this just to correct you when you seem to suggest that this is something you heard about. It appears to have been fact.
Commissioner, I hear, and I'm not disputing, but allow me, Commissioner, to say, in as far as TMPD 2, 2016-2017, wherein I participated as a BEC member, I can assure the Commissioner and this Commission that from the beginning to the end, right, we never had a situation, right? We never had a situation where there was a complaint to the effect that documents were tampered with and so forth and so on. We just waited. We waited for a very, I would say, for a very long time. We're not even, nobody, I'm talking from the accounting officer downward, has brought it to our attention. I'm referring to the BEC, our attention that the tender document that you got involved in has got problems and these are the nature of problems. We never had that. Until today, I do not remember us or myself as a member who participated being called and getting informed about irregularities that might have happened in the run-up to the BEC completing its job and handing over the report and the documents back to supply chain management. Such communication.
But it is this tender that was, or rather, in respect of which awards were made pursuant to a court order, is it not?
It is so, Commissioner.
And what was at the center of the litigation, do you remember?
I don't know, Commissioner.
So your focus is only at the stage of your participation as a member of the BEC?
Yes.
So what you are telling us relates to that stage only?
Exactly.
So you would not know what happened later, and you would not know whether issues were raised about missing documents. You would not know that.
I would not know that,
Oh,
Commissioner.
all right, thank you, thank you.
Can I just check that, Mr. Malachi, the evidence so far is at some point in this tender process, documents were removed from the offices of the municipality and taken, I think, to a training college or something where the evaluation was done. Do you not know that happened?
What I'm talking to that particular issue in my statement, where I am mentioning that before these documents were moved to, the documents were moved from supply chain management premises, premises to the
Perhaps,
Tswane
Mr.
Leadership
Mr.
Academy.
Derek, can I just, Mr. Malachi?
Okay.
Can I just direct the commissioners to that answer, perhaps?
I've read the statement. I'm
Okay.
asking a different question. Mr. Malachi's evidence is that he never became aware, as I understand him in his discussion with the chairperson, he never became aware that there were irregularities, and I'm wanting you to clarify that. Is that your evidence, that you never became aware that there was an issue in this tender process, or there were allegations at least, that documents were removed from the premises of the municipality and taken to some other place, I think it's a college, where the evaluation is supposed to have happened there, or whatever the backstory to it. But that step
Yes.
of documents being removed from the municipality to another location in the tender process, are you saying you never became aware of that?
No. I wanted to assure the commissioner that there were reasons why these documents, right, why the BEC requested that the documents be moved from supply chain management to Primos. And those reasons were purely
Primos is the college.
college.
Okay.
Those reasons were based purely on security issues that, as the BEC have observed, right, before we could start with the actual evaluation process. And those security issues were as follows. While seated and expecting supply chain management officials to present us with documents, right? We observed that the facility which was adjacent to the boardroom where we were supposed to conduct, right? The storage facility was accessed without control by city officials, right? And that concerned the BEC, and the chairperson said, colleagues, what are we gonna do with this situation, right? We then had to check exactly what was happening. So there was no access control in and out. Nobody could tell us who was having the key, right? And officials were going in and out, which indicated that there might have been other documents kept in the same, storage facility. The cameras were not they were not working.
Yes. So that takes
Yes.
you to the conversation you were having with the chair. Remember when the chair started? And you gave the explanation that you made the suggestion that bids submitted could be done so electronically, that is to avoid tampering and people having access to them. It's exactly this that the chairperson is talking about, that from the evidence we've had, tender documents were received, they were in a room, there are allegations that documents were removed, some documents were missing at some point. What can be done to avoid people having access to tender documents before the process is complete? And your suggestion was electronic. Mm-hmm. But you confused me when you said, well, as a BC member, I'm not aware that there had been any issues about this tender process. When in fact now you do accept that you did become aware, even as a member of a BC, that there are issues about storage of tender documents. And you were part of the decision or the request that those tender documents be removed from supply chain management to a college. That's all I wanted to clarify with you, because your evidence suggested you never became aware of any issues relating to this tender.
Commissioner, let me put it like this. I never became aware of documents that went missing. Hence, the documents were taken out of this premises down to the college, and when the actual process of evaluation started, right, each document was gone through, and I am not aware of any missing documents that, as the committee, we could see or realize that documents were missing. I never became aware of that. So we did our work. We went through each and every document without any such a report.
Can I just interrupt you there? Is it my misunderstanding of the evidence so far that this tender ended up in court because someone went to court, complained, and rather, in fact, the starting point, and please correct me if I misunderstood the evidence, the municipality cancelled this tender, sought to cancel this tender because of this complaint about documents having been removed and being returned, some documents missing. Then it went to court, and the court directed that this tender must continue. You cannot, there's no basis to cancel it, and the processing or the evaluation of the tender should proceed. Did I misunderstand that part of the evidence, or you're just not aware that that happened?
Commissioner, I would say, I wouldn't say the commissioner is misunderstanding anything, but from where I am sitting, all documents that were taken down got evaluated from the start to
No,
the end.
that's not my question,
Okay.
Mr. Malachi. We're not yet at a point where we're asking you to defend anything. We
Okay.
are not there yet.
Okay.
We're still trying to understand the facts
Okay.
as you recall them, right? I've asked you the simple question. Did I understand the evidence, misunderstand the evidence that the municipality made a decision to cancel this tender because there were allegations and complaints that documents were removed from SCM supply chain management, and when they were returned, some documents were missing, right? It was cancelled, and then someone went to court, and the court said there's no basis to cancel this tender, it must proceed to evaluation. Do you know or not know that that happened?
I do not know
You don't know that anything like that happened?
exactly.
And you are in supply chain management, and you were the contact person for this tender, according to the documents that we have seen.
Yes, let me correct the what you call. I am not in supply chain management.
Yes?
I am the director responsible for the function.
Were you not the contact person for this tender? At least I think from documents that we have seen, you were referred to as the person to whom inquiries should be directed.
I agree, even though I do not have a copy of the document with me, that I might have, I was the contact person,
Yes.
but from the context of any bidder, maybe having questions, clarity-seeking questions before the tender close,
Yes.
right? The reason for my being contact person would be to clarify whatever.
Yeah, let me stop
Yes,
you.
okay.
I'm not asking you to explain
All right.
why you were the contact person.
All right.
You have agreed or confirmed that you were the nominated contact person when the tender went out, right? Your name appeared as the contact person, and that's the evidence we have.
Correct.
Can I finally, so that is done, we agreed on that, you were the contact person. But now let me confirm very clearly. You say you are not aware that this tender went to court because there had been a complaint or an allegation that documents were removed and some documents were missing, and the court ordered that that's not a basis to cancel the tender. It must proceed to evaluation. You say you never became aware of that.
I heard
Okay.
that the tender is in court, but as to reasons why it has been taken to court, I never became aware of those reasons.
Thank you.
What you've just said now is something you said in response to one of my questions earlier. That is, you have no idea as to what the litigation related to. I just want to make this suggestion to you. You were closely involved with the process. Right from the start, literally right from the start. Remember, once a request was made to Mr. Mahlaule to work on the tender specifications, he requested you to assist him. That's the very first stage of the process after a decision has been taken that there should be a tender. So what are the specifications? What exactly do we require? That's the very first step. So you were intimately involved with the process right from the beginning. And that goes further. You then become a member of the bid evaluation committee. You say so yourself in your statement. And that's not the end. As Commissioner Baloyi has just engaged you on, you were the contact person. So all of those indicate how intimately involved you were with the process. Now you do the evaluation, so you are not just a member, you actually get engaged in the evaluation process. And as the BEC or Bid Evaluation Committee, you even prepare a report for the Bid Adjudication Committee. Again, an indication of how closely or how intimately you were involved with the process. Then there's litigation. After it was indicated that the process was being cancelled for the reason that some documents were missing. Of course, you say you are not aware of that issue about documents missing. And then there's litigation. I think it was about 22 or so companies that said, no, this cannot be cancelled. They went to court. And there was then the agreement, and the court made an order in terms of or in accordance with that agreement, which was basically that an award should be made to those 22 or so companies. I find it very, very strange that when you were so intimately, so closely involved with this process right from the start, when there's litigation, of which you say in response to Commissioner Baloyi, you were aware, you do not know what that litigation related to. And we say it actually related to the missing documents. Fine, those who litigated were saying that this cannot be cancelled. But the cancellation itself was as a result of missing documents. That part you just happen not to know. I find that very, very strange. So you are intimately involved from the beginning, throughout the stages, but just before evaluation, and all of a sudden you turn your back and you forget about the whole thing. It simply does not make sense, Mr. Malachi. And I do not even understand why you would want to be defensive on this issue. You did not lose the documents. This is very odd.
Commissioner? Okay. Sorry for...
Yes.
All right. Commissioner, my involvement, as you correctly put it, as the Commissioner correctly put it, right, started when I developed the tender document. I was...
Please don't repeat that process. Okay. Please don't. You are part of the specification process. You are a member of the BEC. You participate in the decision-making of the BEC. You prepare a report for the Bid Evaluation Committee that's sent through to where it should go. And then there's litigation. Please zoom in there because that's where my problem is. I say I find it strange that you, at that stage, suddenly have no idea as to what happened.
From the Bid Evaluation Committee's report, right, my involvement ended there, right? And from there, my understanding, even though I'm not expert in supply chain management, but from there, once the report is submitted to supply chain management, they would do what they do and take the report up to another committee being the BAC, right? This is the committee wherein I do not participate.
I know you don't participate. You are not a member of the Bid Adjudication Committee.
Yes.
But it's basically your tender.
Correct.
The very fact that you are asked right at the start to prepare the bid specification, it's your bid. It's your bid. You cannot tell me that somewhere through the process you completely lose interest and you are aware that there's litigation. You basically don't care what that litigation is about. That's what I find very odd. It's your bid. Don't you want to see where it ends ultimately? It's your bid.
Commissioner, I must mention here that, yes, it is my bid, but at the level of BAC and what happens, right, going up, I would always expect information or, yes, the city or the department, like they appointed me, when there are issues pertaining to this bid for which I was appointed to serve. Now, in this instance, nothing of that sort happened, right? I had it like any member of the public that this bid was being challenged, but from...
You are not any member of the public, Mr. Valachi.
I agree, Commissioner. Excuse me for the word. I just wanted to emphasize that there was no formal engagement and information that this bid has been taken to court. These are the reasons.
It's difficult to accept that because you are the client representative. That's why Mr. Deputy Commissioner Mahlaule, I think, he appoints you. So this is a tender for his department, APSS, and he appoints you to be the representative, to be the person that deals with it, but you are the client. It's very difficult to accept that this tender would run into problems. You don't know anything about it. Apart from the fact that you're a member of the BC, you are the client. It runs into problems, you don't know anything about it. It is taken to court, you don't know about it. It takes forever to finalize. And you're the client, you're the one that's responsible for this service. You're the one with a direct interest to get this tender finalized. And it's not getting finalized, and you say, well, I had it like any other member of the public. I'm prepared to accept when you say member of the public, you mean like any other employee of the TMPD or of Tshwane Metro. And it has to be, because you're not a member of the public. But in that capacity as a client, that you don't know because nobody said anything about it, and you don't make inquiries, it's your tender. It's difficult to accept that. Let me speak for myself. I find it very difficult to accept that you remained ignorant of the issues that are delaying your tender when you had a direct interest in this tender being finalized and security companies being appointed. You must have known. You must have asked the questions. Otherwise, something is seriously wrong. If you, as the client representative who has a direct interest in this tender being finalized, you did not ask the basic question. What's happening? Supply chain, what's happening that this tender is not being finalized? There's no way you did not ask that question. I want to put it that high. There's no way you did not ask that question.
Commissioner, let me make the commissioner aware. Within the department, right, there are stages of involvement. This is what is happening practically, even today. Within the department, there are different stages of involvement. At some certain stage, right, I do not get involved, irrespective of whether the issue that they are discussing at top management or EMM of the department, irrespective of whether such an issue is affecting me. right? Therefore, I would expect whoever my superior is brought to terms with the issues that are involving me in my capacity as the employee, to come down and say, Director Malachi, that bit has got the issues. These are the issues. So I'm saying to the commissioner, such a thing never took place. Hence, I agree with the commissioner when the commissioner says it would be very difficult to accept, you understand? And I want to make a point that says, under normal circumstances, but now, when the situation is as it is now, right, it's very difficult. And things are involving you as the director, right? People are taking decisions about those things, and when they're deciding on those things, they don't even have courage to invite you, right? Once they are done, they give instructions, and yours is to make sure that whatever instruction is given, right, you do your best of your ability in order to adhere to that particular instruction. Hence, when it comes to these issues, right, I was never informed.
No, continue.
Okay.
We can multitask.
Thank you. Hence I'm saying when it comes to the court issues, the reasons behind why this tender was litigated, it was never brought to my attention. I had in the corridors, but from the top management who assigned me a duty right from the beginning to take me in confidence and say, Director, come here. Here there is a problem, right? Such a thing never happened. And mind you, when it happens at that, it doesn't only involve my department, right? At the BEC level, there are legal services, there are CFOs and all of that. So from where I operated or from where I'm operating, it would always be very difficult to go and knock, right, on individual, doors to say, hey, what is the problem with this? What is the problem with that? But once you get formally informed or formally involved, you are able to participate, you are able to get yourself familiarized with issues and play your role in order to make input and have them resolved if they are resolved.
May I just say this, and it's meant as advice, Mr. Malachi.
Thank you.
The very first question I asked you, which was in general terms, related to tenders generally, it was not about a specific tender. It was not about your tender, the tender we're talking about now. My sense was that you immediately got defensive.
Oh, okay.
And I had to explain to you that, Mr. Malachi, please do not be defensive. This is not about your tender. I'm asking about tenders generally. And it was only thereafter that you then gave an answer to my question. And I must say to you that the answer was quite useful. Thank you. Now, on the issue that Commissioner Baloyi and I are engaging you on, my distinct sense, and from what Commissioner Baloyi also said, I think that's her sense as well, you are again being defensive. And yet again, you are being defensive on something that, although it relates to impropriety, from where you are sitting, there has been no suggestion, or at least I'm not aware, that the missing documents were as a result of any act of impropriety on your part. Thus far, I'm not aware of such evidence, but you are being defensive. That's my sense. That's Commissioner Baloyi's sense. And even though he has not said anything on the matter, I'm sure that it's also Commissioner Kumalo's sense. Now, here's the advice. Your evidence will flow much more smoothly if you do not get defensive when you do not have to. Your evidence will run much, much more smoothly. I don't know if you, I don't think that calls for any comment on your part, but if you want to comment, you may.
No, thanks, Commissioner, for making me aware that I'm being defensive. I was not aware that I'm...
You are.
Thank you. Director Malachi, very quickly, I'm only seeking clarity. I'm not probing you. My understanding of the documents is that the reason why the city itself took a decision to cancel this TMPD 2016-2017 tender was because there was an allegation that 50 bids went missing. Did you at any stage become aware of the allegation that 50 bids went missing?
Commissioner, I did not know. I did not become aware of that allegation.
And what were the BEC members told was the reason for the cancellation of this tender?
Commissioner, from where I am sitting, I'm not aware of any information that was given to the BEC members about missing documents. I'm
not asking about missing
Okay.
documents. At some point, you must have become aware that the tender has not been finalized.
Yes.
So what was the reason given to the members of the BEC for the tender not being finalized?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of any session where the BEC members were informed of the tender not being awarded.
And then you specifically, I mean, let's say you are now in 2020. It's a tender that started in 2016. It's now 2023, 4 years later. And you are aware that nobody has been appointed.
Yes.
And you are the contact person. So all the security companies that submit bids, you are the face of this bid. You are the person they call and ask, how far is the process? Am I still in the running? Am I still not? What did you know about the bid or the process not moving forward? I'm talking now about 2020 because BEC has done its function like you said. They have evaluated the bids. Now years go by, there's no appointment.
Okay.
What did you learn was the reason for the non-appointment of successful bidders?
Commissioner, can I introduce, before I get to the question specifically?
But I don't want a long story because I just want you to make me understand what you knew.
All right.
So I don't want you to tell me about other people. If your answer is going to be, I had a rumor, this was the rumor, that's fine. But I just want to know what you knew. Because if you are, let me just stop you. You are a contact person. You are the face of the bid. You sat in the evaluation committee. You prepared a report that went to SCM for SCM to involve BAC. Nothing happens. Did you not inquire what is happening with the bid? How far is the bid? Why has there not been an appointment? Because you are a director of security services. You are the client ultimately.
Commissioner, I hear and I understand, Commissioner, right? Maybe for me to say, between 2020, it was May 2017 to 2019, right? I was not in that space. They took me out of that space, right? And I must mention that there might have been communication, right, to the effect that the tender is not moving, these are the reasons and the like. But now, since I was taken out of the position for almost 2 years, right, that part I might have missed. I'm not sure, Commissioner.
I think let's leave it there for now.
Thank you.
Let us adjourn, Mr. Skakane. Let us adjourn and resume at 11:40.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We started a precedent by acknowledging the presence of students from TUT. I've just been informed that there are students from the University of South Africa in the political science department. Welcome. Thank you. Mrs. Kakane?
Thank you, Chair. I think I will go back to the statement, but I just wanted us to just finish one of the issues I wanted to deal with on your question.
Thank you.
Mr. Malachi, earlier on when you were probed, you indicated that you were not a participant in most of, or not most, in some of the decisions at the BEC, am I correct? For example, you said from 2017 to 2019, you were taken out.
Yes, 2017 to 2019, I was taken out of the position, but that was after the BC has completed its work.
That was after the BC?
Yes.
Okay, so you were, your statement at paragraph 19 remains accurate.
Yes, my statement remains accurate, thank you.
And you take, well, participating in these meetings and resolutions of the BEC entails that you also take ownership of those decisions.
Correct.
All right. We'll come back to it, especially around the missing documents. I just wanted to make sure that I understand you correctly.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think Mrs. Kagani, Mr. Malachi was done with paragraph 9.
Apologies?
I think he was done with paragraph 9.
Yes, yes. I think we're getting into the court order, 10, and then thereafter.
Paragraph 10.
Correct.
Paragraph
I think
10.
he had just indicated that there was a court order in all of this.
Yeah, Mr. Malachi, when I began to engage you, you were starting to read paragraph 10. So if you can just start all over and read paragraph 10.
Thank you, Commissioner. The City of Tshwane was later served with a court order which awarded tender TMPD 2 2016-2017 to 22 security service providers, including Kubis Solutions Pty Ltd. I attached a copy of the court order dated the 22nd of October 2021, marked as Annexure TP3.
Thank you. Could you go to page 8 of your bundle, annexure bundle?
Do you want to go through the court order?
No. I just wanted to
sorry.
identify.
Page, sorry?
Page 8.
8. Yes.
Can I just ask one question in relation to this court order? Apologies, Chair. I just want to probe one question around this court order. My understanding of the court order would have been that there was agreement between the city and, but if, are you aware of the instructions that were given around this court order?
Yes, I am aware of the instructions by the court order. Correct.
Okay. Were you part of the BEC that instructed?
I wonder if you are not talking at cross purposes.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Are you aware, Mr. Malachi, as to what led to the agreement which then became a court order? Are you aware of that?
No, not.
Yes, yes.
I'm indebted, Chair.
I thought you were talking at cross purposes, yeah.
So if you were not aware of what influenced this agreement,
Yes.
of,
I was not in, I'm not aware of what influenced the,
okay,
agreement.
but were you not interested to find out how this happened?
I think my interest was, I confined my interest to the orders that the court had issued to municipality. My interest became there because it was obvious the municipality has to implement the order of the court.
Okay. No, thank you. We'll come back to it in the statement. Can I take it, we'll go to the BEC report, right? What would have appeared also is that since you were part of the BEC,
Yes.
you would have recommended
Yes.
that these 22 entities be appointed for providing security services
Correct.
after your evaluation.
Correct.
I'm asking.
Yes.
It follows.
I do.
No, I didn't get that.
Yes,
He-
I participated.
Mr. Malachi agrees.
Yes.
His response is in the affirmative.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Then, when, is it normal that, obviously, that the court, I just want your understanding, that it would have, the decision should have then gone, the report, the way it goes, it should have gone to the BAC, the report. Did it ever go to the BAC, just for completeness? Because I understand that it didn't. Your report.
I don't know what to say, but I take it that every BEC report, right, once it's adopted and taken to supply chain management, it is supply chain management who takes that report forward, including to present it before the BAC. So I took it that it has served before the BAC, even though I do not have evidence.
Okay, so you assume that it did go to the BAC?
I assume, yes.
Okay. Okay, please proceed with the statement at paragraph 11.
Paragraph 11, as indicated in paragraph 5 above, the properties, assets, and personnel which required protection are from all the departments, including TMPD. The said properties and personnel include clinics, cemeteries, water reservoirs, pump stations, electric substations, storage facilities, markets, regional offices, emergency services, executive mayor, mayoral committee members, and any official whose life is in danger. The list is exhaustive.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Malachi, paragraph 11 does indicate what you are to deal with. That is the properties and whatever else that require protection. So even though you did not read the preceding heading, just above paragraph 11, the intro, which is in paragraph 11, does explain what everything is before the next heading. But I just want to say, for context, you should always read the headings.
My apologies.
No problem, no problem. Please continue, you don't need to go back to the heading.
Thank you. All the municipal departments require security services from asset protection services. There are many departmental security services requested since March 2022. I've been unable to source the security service request from the municipality departments due to my current suspension from employment.
Thank you. Perhaps just while we are there, could you just explain to us and the commissioners perhaps what is your role from a managerial point of view in relation to the city's assets?
I'm going to refer the commissioner to page 6 of my annexed TP1. On page 6, my role as the director responsible for protection services is to ensure that protection of council premises and personnel is executed, to monitor internal guards, to monitor external guards, monitoring of cash-in-transit services, the provisioning of high-level VIP protection of the executive mayor, MMCs, and other dignitaries, the provisioning of a secure and integrated metro police communication system service, identify, evaluate, and make recommendations on possible strategies, solutions, plans, and projects to prevent the asset loss of the city, a provision of CCTV camera operations to prevent crime and related incidents in the COT, the reduction of burglaries, in brackets, break-ins at owned and hired CTM properties, number of inspections on compliance with firearm legislation, implementation of the MIS document, ad hoc duties, and as and when required by the top management. I must inform the commissioner that even though this is the list that constituted my primary functions, but there are some of these functions which I could not execute, or I could not execute due to various reasons, and yes, but mostly until now, I am responsible for the protection of properties of the city, assets, personnel. Some of these functions were taken away from me since 2017, as I mentioned earlier on, that I was taken out of the position for almost a period of 2 years. And when I came back, many of these functions were taken away from me, and they were never returned. They are being performed somewhere.
When you say in that period that some of the functions were taken away, did that include the protection of council properties? Was that also taken away from you?
No. The protection of council
So
properties.
you have remained consistently since your
Yes.
appointment in 2013. You've
Yes.
remained consistently responsible for that function.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on the protection of assets, of state assets, is there a system in place, or that you have in place, to ensure that all assets are protected in terms of monitoring them? Do you have a system in place around that? And in how you allocate responsibilities to people under yourself?
Yes, Commissioner. In terms of the system, we've got a system through which we identified how many council assets and or properties are there that which needs to be protected. And in order to ensure that they are protected, I then made sure that I've got a team within the Asset Protection Services, which team's job is to monitor performance of both private guards and in-house security services, right? During the process of monitoring, they do inspections on those, properties and assets. They make sure that security guards are in place, security measures that are put in place on specific sites are working, and anything that goes wrong on the sites, they report back. And how they report back, they've got inspection reports that they submit. And yeah, I think that is basically the system. They also conduct security risk assessment where on as and when required basis. And this is one important tool that we use to inform and guide us when we take decision in terms of which asset is more of value than which one, and then we take those factors into account when we do the actual deployment of guards to ensure safety and security of those properties and assets of the city of Johannesburg.
Thank you. And in your time, were they effectively managed?
Yes, Commissioner.
And they reported to you, your team reported to you?
They did, yes, the team reported to me.
And you oversaw the process and you were satisfied over the years?
Yes, Commissioner, I was satisfied with what the team was doing. I must also mention here that in security there is a saying that 100% security is a myth, meaning even if we could have all the sites covered, right, you would always encounter security challenges, break-ins, theft, and so forth and so on. But I must also bring it to the attention of the Commissioner that since 2013 to date, the city has not been able to protect all its assets. It has not been able to protect all its assets. Out of more than 1,000 assets of the city, up until I was suspended in July last year, we were covering almost 545 sites, which means that almost the same amount of assets, right, remained unprotected to date. And the reason, it's always financial capacity, and because with security, you know, you outsource, you need a sufficient budget, and the budget that the city has been making available, all right, has not been able to enable us cover every asset. So we had to prioritize and make sure that those that we think they are of priority are protected around the clock, using private guards. And it's about 3 years, if something of that nature, I'm not sure of the exact date, the city went on and decided to insource security officers. And yes, the number, it's not enough to enable us cover all the sites that the city needs to be covered. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the council.
Of the 500 and something odd, were they jointly serviced by the internal security and external, or just only external?
We initially, okay, I would say of the 545, right? If my memory serves me well, it is somewhere in my, 545, we are utilizing private security guards to guard them. And there is some that out of 545 that are being guarded by in-house. For example, I would confirm, I was just checking here, it indicates that 547, Commissioner, are guarded by private guards, and 127 are guarded by in-house. So almost the same number, 600 and something, it remains guarded to date.
Thank you. On file 2, could you turn to page 397?
Is it which page, Mrs. Kaka? 397, thank you.
Are you there, Mr. Malachi?
Yes,
This is a report, a handover report that was compiled by Ms. Maroka to hand over the APSS to TMPD.
yes, sir.
Did you have any input into this report?
I would say not formal input. I would say not formal input, but why I'm saying not formal input, I was not invited by my supervisor then. By the way, in the office of the city manager, I was reporting to Mr. Navapile, right?
Mr.
Navapile.
Navapile.
Yes. So I was reporting to Mr. Navapile. So I do not remember us having a meeting in order to compile or make inputs into what you call, into the handing over of, but I would accept that this report represents what was the status.
Now, this is the unit that deals with the assets of the city, which you've accepted that you were part of at management level.
Yes.
So they did not consult you when they were moving it and compiling a report.
They did not consult me. They just told me we are going to move. A decision has been taken by the executive with effect from, they gave us the date, the unit would be going back to TMPD. And that's what the date came, and we were called to TMPD, and yeah, that was it.
Okay. If you turn to page 400 of this report, .3, paragraph 2.
Okay.
I think perhaps it supports what you were saying. It indicates that work rendered by security service provider was not monitored as per service level agreement. And it then says the Tshwane, I think there's a mistake, Metropolitan Police Department does not monitor the deployment of the security personnel at least twice a month as stipulated in the SLAs. What would be your comment to that? Would this report be accurate in this regard or not?
It will not be accurate. It would not be accurate because security service providers were, and I believe they are continuing to be monitored at this point in time, unless things have changed since I left office to date. But in the run-up to when I was still in office, monitoring teams are on the ground, monitoring 24/7 deployment of security service providers.
So evidence is that while it's untrue and actually you monitor the sites 24/7
Exactly, that's my point.
for 545 sites.
Yes, 545 sites. When I say monitor, I want to bring it to the commissioner that in practical terms, it would always not be easy to cover every site on daily or twice daily or thrice, given the shortage of personnel that are there to conduct this specific function. But we've been doing what we could to ensure that basically the monitoring is in place, and it continued to be in place, which makes me believe that it is still in place, because I wouldn't think of any reason why we cannot have the service providers monitored around the clock, even though, yes, I agree, we wouldn't be able to, what you call, at each and every site, given the shortage of personnel.
Thank you.
Maybe before you move on, if you're moving from this, you see, that paragraph, Mr. Malachi, refers to monitoring reports. That paragraph 2, it says the review of the monitoring reports revealed that the TMPD does not monitor the deployment at least twice a month as stipulated by the SLA. So Are you disputing the correctness of this because you've seen the monitoring reports for the relevant period? There are two parts to this paragraph. The one is that monitoring reports say something, and then also that the monitoring doesn't happen twice a month as agreed in the SLA. I'm just trying to understand which part do you disagree with?
Commissioner, I would not, I wouldn't with certainty say I dispute what I disagree with what the paragraph is saying, more especially when they are talking twice a month. Hence, as a result of me having said personnel capacity is always the issue. Even though the SLA stipulates that monitoring should be done twice a month, given the size of the number of the sites that we need to monitor, possibilities that yes, somewhere we are not able to reach the target.
So you're not disputing where it says that the monitoring was not happening twice a month as per the SLA agreement. You're not in a position to dispute that. In fact, your explanation is you were short of personnel, so you were not always
I agree,
monitoring. So that part you're not disputing.
I agree.
Okay. Do you know the monitoring reports that are referred to in this paragraph, and is it stuff that you looked at, documents that you would look at? Were they presented to you on a regular basis? Did you look at them? Would you verify for yourself what is contained in those reports?
Yes, I would assume that they are referring to what in the environment we call inspection reports.
Yes.
Right? And which inspection reports are completed on site, they are brought to the office, right? And we go in through them, we check, right? And make sure that indeed this monitoring team is doing its work.
Okay. So but just to be sure, and I just want to correct your answer to Mr. Skakane. You responded to his question that you don't agree with what is contained here, that monitoring wasn't happening. So I just want to clarify that with you, that you accept, and that seems to be in your answer, in fact, that because of capacity constraints,
Yes.
monitoring was not happening the way that the SLAs required it to be done, which is twice a month. You accept that?
I accept.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Valerie. In fact, I wanted to probe this point a bit further. And this report actually refers that this was a finding of internal audit, meaning there was an auditing of the sites, the monitoring reports, and the actual inspection reports. But at least now we've accepted that you don't dispute this
Yes.
answer. Now, could you accept that in that, well, perhaps let me start with the question. These assets, if you look at the tender, the 2016-2017 tender,
Yes.
the value of it is 800 million, which according to you, as the client representatives in specific, is quite a substantial amount.
Yes, I think it could even be more, even though I don't have the exact report to back up my statement. But yes, I agree. It's a substantial amount of money, I agree.
And could you accept the possibility with what you are saying and the acceptance of these findings from internal audit that perhaps there could have been a situation where invoices that were submitted by service providers could not have been verified? as a possibility?
I think it could be, yes. I agree.
And how often did you reconcile or double-check the invoices of the service providers on your part? Because actually you were the director.
Normally, we have got schedule for each security service provider. And every time they submit an invoice, right, my team would make sure that this invoice is in respect of all the sites that which were, or that which are allocated to the specific service provider before it gets brought to my office to certify that indeed the services were rendered as per the allocation in question and so forth.
Perhaps then I understand your answer then differently to say that with each invoice that is submitted, you sign them off after having made sure that the services were rendered.
Yes, there is a standing instruction to the team that is assigned a duty to receive and administer these invoices to say before each invoice is brought to my attention to certify, right? Go through and make sure that the service provider is invoicing the city for all the what you call the sites that the service provider in question is guiding or deployed to that.
But surely that answer or your agreement with what is stated in the report and the answer you're providing can't exist at the same time. Meaning you can't agree with an audit finding that says you fail to monitor the service level agreement or service providers, but then at the same time you say you do check the invoices and satisfy yourself that services were rendered.
There are two, in my honest view, there are two sides to the question. When I say I do not dispute what the internal audit has done, right, it's on the basis that there are 545 sites to which we should have come out twice every month. Hence, I said, sometimes it is possible not to come out there as a result of, I mentioned, issue of capacity. But now, coming back to the invoices, right? The invoices, the monitoring of the invoice by the administration team is to ensure that whatever the service provider has claimed on the invoice is actually what has been allocated to that service provider, right? As to whether during the month the monitoring team managed to come out of each and every site so mentioned on the invoice, that would be another issue. And the possibility is, it could be that for the month of March, the monitoring team came out once to a specific site, but the service provider would still submit that invoice for payment. Hence, theirs is to make sure that whatever is submitted for payment is exactly as per the schedule that we have allocated to that specific service provider. Commissioner.
Thank you.
I guess what Mr. Skakane is is testing with you is that it's possible, and I want to say probable, that some invoices were paid even though services were not rendered as reflected in that invoice, because you wouldn't know if monitoring doesn't happen as regularly or as agreed, then you depend entirely on the service provider to say in their invoice, we did deploy our people as per the SLA. You depend on them because you have no way of verifying that at the time that you get the invoice, because you didn't, your people didn't, due to capacity constraints, they were unable to go to that site.
I agree.
You must accept that.
I
that you
accept, Commissioner.
probably did pay some invoices when they should not have been paid.
Probably, yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. By the way, I think that takes care of quite a bit of my questions on this. Just out of interest, this report, when did you ever come across it? When did you first see it?
Human resource related matters. No, I'm coming across it for the first time here.
For the first time. Okay. Thank you. Please go back to file 1, which is the continuation of your statement. Just be reminded of what the chair requested, that you read the heading first.
We are on page 4, am I correct?
Correct, paragraph 14 at the top, but start with the heading.
Yes. The heading, whether TMPD previously outsourced guarding services, entities which previously rendered guarding services out of the appointed 2022, that rendered service under TMPD 2 2016-2017. As indicated in paragraph 1 above, TMPD has previously outsourced guarding services. The following entities were previously appointed prior to TMPD 2 2016-2017. Number 1, Hotline Security Services. 2, Mabotwane Security Services. 3, Triotic Protection Services. 4, Marumo My Pet Cleaning. 5, Security and, actually it's Marumo My Pet Security and Cleaning Service and Civil Construction. And then it would be 5 in terms of 6, which is both best trading and projects.
Thank you. Just to spend a bit of 2 questions on this. Do you know were you involved, let's say prior to this tender, in outsourcing or in previous contracts for the provision of security services for the assets?
Prior to TMPD 2, 2016-2017,
Correct.
I was not involved.
You are not involved.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's an entity there that's 14.3.
14.3, Triotic, yes.
Triotic Protection Services.
Yes.
Do you know about that entity?
Yes, the entity is one of the entities that appointed by the city in terms of TMPD 2 2016-2017. And it is currently rendering guarding services to the city. I think basically that's what I can say.
Thank you. And for example, at this point in time, when you were at the PEC, because it was evaluated at that time, and your recommendation as the PEC was that it, among others, should have been appointed. Am I correct?
You mean the BEC in respect of TMPT 2 2016-2017?
Correct. The report
Yes,
that
yes,
you
yes.
did was that amongst other entities, the 22 entities, Trautic Protection Services should have been appointed. Or you were recommending it rather, let me use that term.
They were, all the bidders, including Trautic, I think they were recommended for.
They were recommended. I just want to probe a bit on that. Are you aware that that company is linked to Mr. Eugene Mdisa
Yes,
at the time?
At that time, I was not aware. I became aware after. I became aware as we went on, you know, as we went along, that it is linked to Mr. Eugene Mdisa. You're right. So.
Thank you. Commissioners, I would have handed an article, a newspaper article, CJC 104. Could you take that? If you turn to page 2 of, this is a news article, just to be correct, this is a news article from News 24 about this tender for Trautic, and at the following page, and it's still part of ongoing controversies, is that it is linked to Mr. Eugene Mdisa. And it is said in the second paragraph of the second page, News 24 has established that Trautic Protection Services, in which Mdisa was the sole director and shareholder until February 2023, has got lucrative security contracts at the ANC Madibeng municipality in the northwest and Lipalale. Correct?
Yes, I heard that. I saw it on the newspaper.
Correct. So around this time, when you evaluated this tender for the TMPD, not this municipality, Mr. Mdisa would have been the sole shareholder and director of Trautic. And obviously, when you evaluate, you would know those things because those are part of the documents that are submitted as to who is the director of that entity.
Since this has happened some years back, I wouldn't with certainty say the documents, more especially CIPC documents that were submitted, right, indicated whether he was the sole director or there was somebody else, right? I wouldn't with certainty say that. But what I know is that he is said to be the director of the company. But back then, I'm not sure as to what is it that the company registration document was saying in terms of directorship, whether there were other people on the directorship or not. It happened some time back.
Obviously, what do we see, obviously, with your evidence, is starting to go towards, I don't know, I didn't know, and all of this, can I accept that then equally you wouldn't be able to dispute it with certainty?
Yes, I won't be able to dispute it with certainty.
Can I also put this proposition to you, that in terms of your own policy and the SAM regulations, companies linked to people in the service of the state ought not to be appointed?
Maybe before he answers, so that we understand the import of this part of the discussion, considering, and I'm looking at the same article, Mrs. Kakan, considering that Mr. Modise, at the time of the evaluation of this tender, according to this article, in fact, and its award, he wasn't a councillor. And I haven't seen a suggestion that he was an employee of the state at that time, at the time of the award of the tender. Is this a line of questions that should occupy us? I'm looking at your article. If you look at the fourth page, it says, and assuming this article is correct, it says when the Tshwane Council awarded Triotic the contract in February 22, Modise was secretary of the ANC in the Tshwane region, a position he has held since 2018. Now, unless you precede your question with putting to the witness as a fact that at the time of the award, he was a councillor, if he was, or an employee of the state, you have to precede it with that before you say employees are not, employees of the state, are not, people in the service of the state are not allowed to contract. It has to be preceded by establishing the fact that this person was in the service of the state. And if that is the suggestion, I think rather put that to him.
Let me put that as a proposition and I'll come back to it. If one assumes that, just to follow a caution from Commissioner Baroi, Mr. Modise was in the service of the state. So, in one way, would you agree that, or anyone, for example, who is a director, would you agree that he ought not to, would not have been appointed?
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Is it a fact that Mr. Modise was a councillor in 2022?
Let me come back to that properly on that.
I think that was Commissioner Baloi's difficulty.
Question. Okay.
Because we know that this tender was awarded to the 22 security companies after the court order. And at that time, the question is, was he or was he not a councillor or an employee of the municipality? Because if he was not, then as Commissioner Baloi suggests, it's questionable whether we should be entertaining this line of questioning, unless it can be put to Director Malachi that he was in fact an employee and therefore he should not have participated in the tender.
Correct. No, I'll withdraw that at this point, Commissioner, and I'll accept that. Can you then go back to your page 15, paragraph 15 of your statement?
The said entities were again appointed under TMPD 2, 2016-2017. They have rendered services since their appointment by the court on the 22nd of October 2021. They are currently rendering the same security guarding services to the municipality.
Okay, proceed.
The next heading, the nature and extent of my involvement in the bid specification in respect of TMPD 2, 2016-2017. As indicated in paragraph 6, 7, and 8 above, I was involved in the bid specification in respect of TMPD 2, 2016-2017. I assisted the department as requested by the then Deputy Chief Rex Mahlaule, and I was later appointed as a member of the BEC. My role as a member of the BEC in respect of TMPD 2, 2016-17, the evaluation process which led to the shortlisting of the 22 entities. Point 17, my role as the BEC member was to ensure compliance to the bid evaluation criteria as stipulated in the tender specification. It was a collective responsibility together with other appointed members. The evaluation process which led to the shortlisting of the 22 bidders was guided by the bid specification documents which were provided to the BEC by the Bid Specification Committee. Our evaluation criteria were based on administration, compulsory documents, and technical functionality. It was a normal evaluation process guided by supply chain management policy. The report was then adopted, handed over to the chairperson of the BEC. We followed the required procedures. I believe that the court would have not awarded the tender to the recommended entities if the required procedures were not followed or complied with.
On that, Mr. Malachi, I just want to say that you and I sitting here have no idea what informed the court order which was granted or made by agreement. We do not know what those who agreed said to the court. So I'm not sure that you are in a position to pronounce on whether the required procedures were followed.
I agree with the Commissioner.
Just one point, for example. What is required is that there should be an adjudication or adjudicative process. You and I know that there wasn't, for example. So we don't know what informed the agreement which resulted in the court order. So I'm not sure that you are in a position to make that statement. Do you agree? Do you agree?
I agree with the Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malachi. That's perhaps the point. Maybe I may ask it differently, Chair. Can I refer you to the second document I handed, which is CJC 5? That's the supply chain regulations. Can I request that you go to clause 28, 2? Yes.
It reads as follows. A bid evaluation committee must, as far as possible, be composed of officials from departments requiring the goods or services, and at least one supply chain management practitioner of the municipality or municipal entity.
And would you accept that if any of those requirements are not there, there would be some issue with that, with the composition of the BEC?
I agree.
And just to follow on the question from the chair, which is at paragraph 29, in the ordinary sense, and obviously I can't probe you more on that because of your agreement with the chair, the PEC report paragraph 29 talks about that the PEC report must be considered by the bid adjudication committee. You accept that?
I do.
And you'd accept that there would be some difficulty if the PAC is not involved?
I agree, yes.
Just outside the circumstances, well, I suppose I can't take it further because you were not involved in the decisions leading to the court order. Correct. Now, just before I go to another part, at paragraph 19 of your statement, you don't have to go there, you indicate that I was involved in all the meetings and resolutions of the PEC in respect of the same tender.
Yes.
Does that tally with you, with your knowledge of what you've stated about you not being involved in some of the decisions that were taken?
My understanding of this was meetings, resolutions of the BEC to which I was appointed. The BEC in respect of TMPT 2, 2016, 2017. So with that, I'm saying I attended the meetings and I was part of the resolutions that were taken.
Okay, that's fine. Then if you go to page 79 of file 2, page 79 of file 2. This is a report or memorandum that was sent by apparently Tembegam Faithful.
Yes, I can see.
And had you seen this report before?
No.
So
I'm seeing it for the first time, Commissioner.
You're seeing it for the first time?
Yes.
Okay. You'll see that it talks about what transpired in the evaluation of Tender 2, 2016-2017. Correct? And if you go, should I give you a moment to go through it quickly?
Okay.
Commissioner Barrow, are you having difficulty? Is it there? I'm saying, is there difficulty with pagination or?
No,
Or you have?
Not this time.
not
What-
this time.
What part of the report did you ask Mr. Malachi to read?
No, I'm just going to ask him to, I was just asking him to familiarize with the report, and then I'm going to take him to specific paragraphs.
Can't you come to this point at a later stage? Perhaps I'm looking, this is what, close to 3 pages long, which may entail Mr. Malachi having to read the whole document.
Chair, let me just take him to the relevant section.
Please.
We can, apologies. Okay, if you go to the second page,
Okay.
there's a discussion and analysis from this report. And it says, SCM, second paragraph, SCM assessed the process followed violations of the tender evaluation stage were noted, thus rendering the bid as non-compliant. And they highlight that there was unauthorized removal of the bid documents from SCM premises to a venue that had not been confirmed as appropriate. But just on a point, I think you differed with the chair that you found the venue that was there to be unsafe, and you shared the same sentiment as the chair of the PEC.
Yes, the BC found the supply chain management premises
Okay.
unsafe to proceed. Hence, the documents were removed.
And was there some integrity assurances about moving the documents or the bids?
And my memory serves me well. Supply chain management was I would say it was involved. I remember whilst discussing the issue, there was a gentleman, I forgot his name, but a senior guy within the supply chain management acquisition department or directorate. And this thing talked, if my memory still serves me well, he even went to an extent of seeing the venue at Primus and gave it a go ahead. That's how far I can remember. But SCM was involved, more especially the management, before the removal of the documentation.
Okay. Then at page 81, it says that there was non-compliance since there was a resignation of an SCM official from the process, from the PEC. And it goes through that. If indeed that is the case, would you then say it would have been, the PEC would have been improperly constituted in line with what we earlier read about paragraph 28(2) of the regulations?
I agree in terms of.
Okay. If you go to the recommendations, or perhaps just the last bullet point, it reads, the committee failed to execute its duties in accordance with the terms and conditions of the PEC appointment letter. Would you accept that if that had been a failure, it would mean that the PEC had some challenges?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the recommendations that say, in light of the above, it is our view that the bid was not evaluated in accordance with the prescribed SCM policies and procedures? Would you accept that then that would follow?
Yes, definitely.
And then the second line says, in a concerted effort to combat the abuse of supply chain management system, SCM recommends that, now this is supply chain management.
Okay.
So they are quite aware that they were not involved, that this bid be cancelled in its entirety. And then it then states what steps should have been taken.
Okay. Can you repeat your statement, sir?
Now, I'm saying SCM
Yes.
notes these recommendations, those irregularities, which you've agreed with.
Okay.
And then what they recommend as the ultimate step is that the bid be cancelled.
Okay.
And I think we went to the litigation that Commissioner Babloi was talking about cancellation of this tender. What I would, then with the benefit of hindsight, perhaps, let's forget the court process. Correct. With these irregularities, it would be quite unfortunate that 800 million or so, a tender of that nature, would have been awarded in the light of these irregularities.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Thank you. Check. I think that's, before I move on to the other section, I don't know whether, or should I just continue?
Please continue. We
Thank
still have 9 minutes, and some of these points look quite short, depending on what else you take Mr. Malachi to.
Can I request that he continue with his statements? I think we've done the integrity, but I think for the record, it's important that he puts it on from paragraph 20
Of my statement.
of your statement. Apologies.
Okay, thank you.
So just read the heading first, or did you do so already?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
The integrity of the bids received handed over to the BEC, whether the bids provided to the BEC were sealed, whether the BEC addressed the unsealed. The integrity of the received bid was not compromised in that the bid received all the bids which tallied with the compiled list. Hence, we proceeded with our functions. The bids are normally received sealed by supply chain management administrative officials. They get unsealed by supply chain administration to inter alia to compile a bid register and general administration compliance before they are handed over to the BEC. As a result, the bids handed to the BEC were not sealed.
So, sorry. When you say the bids are normally received sealed by the SCM administration officials, at what stage do they get sealed? I'm asking because the bidders would submit them, and are they? I assume they are not sealed at that stage, or are they sealed at that stage?
No. I'm referring to. I'm referring to the fact that some of the bids would be sealed, and they would seal differently.
You are not saying some. You say the bids are normally received sealed by the SCM administration officials.
Yes.
At which point or at what stage would they have been sealed?
I think at the point when they are submitted, when the bid closes, when they submit them.
Each bidder submits a sealed
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
bid.
Okay.
Oh, and when you say normally, that seems to admit of exceptions. What do you mean normally?
Normally, I mean to say, under normal circumstances, ideally.
Exactly my point. You can't answer me by using the same term that I'm questioning. So what do you mean normally?
Normally mean it's an acceptable norm, right? Bids are submitted sealed, but
They may sometimes be submitted unsealed.
yes, it's true. I agree.
All right, thank you. I think you were to start with the next heading, circumstances.
Circumstances around the missing bids or documents and removal of the bids from supply chain management premises, which were noted by BEC, and the impact of all of this on the procurement process. I am not aware of any missing bids documents regarding the removal of the bids from supply chain management premises. The BEC took bids from supply chain management premises to Tshwane Leadership Academy, Bremos. Movement of the bids was necessitated by security issues observed by the BEC. For instance, movement of SCM officials in and out of the storage was not controlled. Cameras in the building were not working, and the supply chain management officials had unlimited access to the storage facility. I'm referring to the BEC, made a request to move from the supply chain management building, which was approved by the chairperson of the BEC, and the removal of this bid did not have any negative impact on the work of the BEC. Whether I delegated...
Apologies, Mr. Malachi. I just have a few questions on this subject. Now, in terms of did you share the sentiments of the chair around the premises being unsecure?
You mean the chairperson of the
Yes.
BEC? Yes, the chairperson of the BEC. Actually, he is the one, right, who was saying, since there are these security issues that I am also observing, right? It would be in the interest of doing quality work by considering to move. But now, he then took it up with supply chain management officials, right, to entertain the issue of where the BEC could be moved and so forth and so on. Hence, at the end of the day, decision was taken to move the function to Primos, and it was moved there, and from there we went on with our work.
Thank you. And did the chairperson have the authority to do that?
I am not sure. I'm not sure, Commissioner.
I say this because in the report that we went through earlier on in file 2, it is the very flag that SCM raised that the documents or the bids were moved without authorization and communication from the head of SCM.
Hence, I'm saying I am not sure if he had the authority to do that, but what I'm aware of, all right, he interacted with one senior official within the supply chain management before the actual movement was effected.
Okay. No, that's fine. I think I can't take it further than that. If maybe just on before we part, we break for lunch, if the BEC had no authority, as the report suggests, right? And let's forget the court order to remove the bids. Do you accept the following possibilities that the integrity of the bids could have been compromised?
I accept.
Thank you. I think, Chair, then the next paragraph we deal with the powers, the ad hoc powers to Mr. Piri, which is a new topic, so to speak.
Oh, okay. Or is the next one not the one that says whether I delegated powers?
Correct.
Sorry. All right. Just above paragraph 24.
Yes.
All right, all right. Let's deal with it when we resume after lunch. Let's adjourn until 2 p.m.
Thank you.